You have to go past. But you know, Who has the past It's just no point. Well, it just doesn't get you anywhere, does it? You've got to laugh at it. Within a week, it's totally forgotten.
See, after an election, it really
I am at the castle gate right now. I will, yep.
Yes.
Yep, I will, yep.
Yes. What's your plan for Saturday? Yeah, no, I see.
It's about an 80 mil.
Actually, it's 22.
It plunges. That's, I wonder how long it will last.
There's a lock on it. There's a lock,
Cloud up here, you normally.
It's not raining.
Thursday morning. You don't know Thursday morning. Yeah. I saw the TV pictures of the expression.
No, it's to let you want to
Not sit every word to, well, the pictures got out, so I was watching it on the television.
Where you throw that down.
Harry left on Thursday, Friday morning. Balls up, couldn't see anything. All the eyepieces are Wartime.
The only problem is you can't practice from the boat.
Yeah, lucky it wasn't windy, because that's the thing with those, isn't it? They take off.
Well, I might do. I mean, to be honest, I think
Is a helicopter possible? Is this all point three?
yeah, so it's first camera, second camera,
When the last one we're coming up now. So when the last bit of convoy lit,
you're welcome. Right, 70. You got it in mind?
You're back working. Something like that. Yeah, although you was all there. Well, I didn't speak for a month, but that wasn't because I'm very, no, I don't. But yeah, they work. And I got really into the idea of not working. I was quite happy pottering around. Back in the game. Oh, all my connections. You're going via LA, yeah? Yeah, I was quite fancy this busy part of it.
What, up here?
Worry about this cell.
Go back to the one man to hold.
I missed her the other day.
It was yeah, so I'm hearing the noise. Oh, then Aiden.
Zayden stayed in London, was it? Oh, am I using that one? Am I using it? I was going to say probably on this shot.
Oh, how are you?
Okay, cool. Okay, brilliant.
I'm sure that'll make it.
wandering around, scratching his head, thinking, yeah, well, the one thing is thinking to go up near the bridge, which is back into town, and hopefully get,
Everyone is here, and I think which is first, the procession. Yeah.
So I don't know, we were thinking, somewhere that's got a width to go, or, yeah, sometimes it's just what,
They've done it, and they've done it all already. Yeah.
but then,
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's perfect. So, March Stewart, Max London. Okay, and then what about the? And then you said the something. Sorry. No. So which is first, the procession or the vigil? So the procession would be Mark Stewart and Max London, and then the vigil would be. And just one second, sorry.
Sorry,
Yes, sorry. And then the vigil would be exactly the same. And if there's anything else, but that's fine. No, that's fine, that's fine, that's what it is. That's brilliant. No, no. No problem, no problem. And there's no nothing in the plus okay, all right. Okay. Yes, of course. Okay, no problem. Yes, perfect. Great. All right. Right, okay. Session from that stand.
It's the guys who use the libraries and
There's all the band heads in the back.
I might plug into this chat now. Where's your Ethernet port? I've got my cable ready now. Look. Yeah, I've got one of those. Oh, really? Yeah, so it's the green one. If I unplug that,
That's that, and then, yeah.
and then just plug this in there.
Somebody be shouting in your ear.
Oh, by the way, I am from, where am I from? Getty. That's where I'm from. Just if you want to see. Or PA. You put it down as PA as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but what about mine? Because actually, because in reality,
They put them into like 8 SIM cards into one box, don't they?
Oh, yeah, live on, but you see the little blue rucksacks. It says live on there. Yeah, those.
Live view.
yeah, it's not the best transition.
So on what network is that? What network is that?
Well, that's on everything. Everything was done. So you normally have 270 right now.
And they just have to, yeah, you're going to have to
It's not too bad here. Vodafone, I'm on Vodafone. Vodafone is terrible.
Yeah. You get every other. It's almost better if it doesn't work at all. Because when you try to speak to it, it's just
No, I tell you what it is. I was phoning my old man yesterday, and I could hear word for word everything he was telling me.
If you walk up, yeah.
All you can hear is
We'll be up at the post office again. And then it keeps it quicker.
do you know what? Yeah.
It's not.
So you do that. Edinburgh. Turn left. I didn't get arrived. It's like 6 hours. So how quickly they put central Edinburgh. As you tell. There's loads of roadworks. There's loads of roadworks. There's trams. Observing the trams. Going mirrorless, you want to get there? Well, I've got the Z7, but I don't have the name down. They're really hard to get. What's the problem? They can't make enough. I suppose it's all well, everything else. I don't know if there's going to be anything. I'm guessing with a specific war stand, will it have any full tributes to this?
is it? I think they might actually not let you use that because it's noisy.
Are you a balancer or? Oh, okay. No, I'm down at Balmoral. Yeah, but that's what I went to. And I'm going to head from here down to Edinburgh. Left, yes. All right, mate. Okay, well, I may hopefully see you in Edinburgh if you come, what they do with it. All right, mate. Cheers now.
I'm going to put on
Yep.
Yeah.
Do that now. It doesn't work here anyway, so
Mine, if it's connected to EE, it does work.
you've got double SIM in there.
No, I just connect it via the Wi-Fi. Very good shout. It's my ring going off. Someone's at the front door.
Someone phoned me.
Well, you can't move.
It's a bit hazy though, isn't it?
I know. I'm thinking that now.
So not even there's not even a picture to be saved.
I don't know.
Right outside French Gate, came up in the
Plunger. He wants to deplunge, but too late.
That's right, you can move it, I'm going there.
It's only what we're going to get.
This is all shadow.
Sorry, mate.
individual.
Sort of convoy that's still to come behind, including the backup hearse.
Yeah. I thought those were 20 miles to No, I just got in the kingdom. Dundee said while it's so from Dundee to the airport.
Nearly. It's the other way.
You would have looked at Oh, no, I shot at the south side. There's a ceremony at the north side, but she actually travelled in from the north side. Aye, there's 50 ceremony. Once she crossed it. Well, she arrived, she came in at the south side, met whoever she was meeting there, and then went over, and there was a ceremony at the park side.
Well, thank you very much for your help. Yeah.
motto which has been borne by many of my ancestors, a noble motto, I serve. Those words were an inspiration to many bygone heirs to the throne when they made their knightly dedication as they came to manhood. I cannot quite do as they did, but through the inventions of science, I can do what was not possible for any of them. I can make my solemn act of dedication with the whole empire listening. I should like to make that dedication now. It is very simple. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
From the young Elizabeth, it was quite some promise. A promise she would keep.
Leaving her home on what must surely be the greatest day of her life, Queen Elizabeth drives to her coronation.
Through decades of incessant change, she was to be a constant.
Preceded by her guards and escorted by her cavalry, she drives through cheering crowds down the gaily decorated avenue of the Mall.
Steadfast, ever-present, reassuring, a queen whose devotion would earn the respect of the world.
Madam, is your Majesty willing to take the oath?
I am willing.
A much-loved woman, a remarkable reign, the monarch of our times.
The climax of the ceremony has arrived, when the Archbishop gently sets this splendid emblem on the Queen's head.
Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor was born into the most extraordinary life.
Her early life was the life of a relatively normal family, a family that wanted to be away from the prying eyes of the cameras.
Princess Elizabeth's father was the shy, unassuming Duke of York.
Duke and Duchess of York, her parents, didn't have to do very much in those days, not nearly as much as members of the royal family do these days.
They were a close and loving family. Princess Elizabeth and her sister Margaret were to spend much of their childhood in Scotland.
I think Scotland, from that age onwards, was always the fun place where you could go a bit wild, you know. I mean, we played a game called Catching Happy Days, which involved rolling around the garden at great speed, catching the leaves as they fell off the trees. That kept us happy all day. You can't imagine children with iPads and every sort of funny game being content with that sort of thing now.
I think of the two young princesses, Princess Elizabeth was always the serious-minded one. She had a wonderful sense of humour, but basically she was serious.
But had a very nice sort of elder sisterly regard for her little sister.
They were quite often with their parents, more so perhaps than other children of the same class. But of course it was very different in those days.
In all these processions and in the groups on the balconies, the public caught charming glimpses of the young princess who was third in line of succession to the throne.
I think she realized that she had a public side as well as a private side, even at quite a young age, really. That was the way you behaved. I don't think she thought of herself as tremendously different to other children, but on the other hand, there were certain restrictions that she would have accepted as necessary.
Both the parents always brought the two children up with the idea of duty and selflessness, really.
The line of succession was never supposed to pass through her father. He was the king's younger brother and second in line to the throne.
Well, Britain had found herself faced by a constitutional dilemma, unprecedented even in her long and eventful history.
Within months of his coronation, Princess Elizabeth's uncle, Edward VIII, was faced with a choice between marrying the woman he loved or remaining as king.
I have found it impossible to carry the heavy burden of responsibility and to discharge my duties as king as I would wish to do, without the help and support of the woman I love.
King Edward abdicated.
It was a dereliction of duty on his part. He'd let everybody down, let the family down.
And it was a decision that was to have dramatic consequences for the young Elizabeth.
The fact that it was ultimately going to affect her too, and the nature of how her life would pan out, was probably too difficult to comprehend for one so young. But it did change her life. And his decision as King Edward VIII to leave would ensure that she would one day be queen.
When Princess Elizabeth watched her father's coronation, it was more than an exciting spectacle. At just 10 years old, she now knew it was also her destiny. She knew she would one day be queen.
It naturally completely changed their life.
This young Elizabeth, whose life was set to be one of living a relatively comfortable life, suddenly was to have the ultimate job of responsibility, but also a job, of course, that she had no choice over.
Realising her path was preordained, she made a decision. A life of public duty involved great personal sacrifice, one she was more than prepared to make.
She had seen the impact that her uncle's abdication had had on her father. To turn your back on not only an obligation, but on something that in the process of coronation you are anointed to do. And I think this worked really deep into her psyche about what the job that she had undertaken was. It wasn't a job, it was a way of life.
When the breeze blew the king's hair over his forehead as he studied the map, Princess Elizabeth reacted to her own ideas of how he should look before the cameras.
Knowing she would succeed him, the princess observed her father closely. The apprenticeship intensified as the Second World War started. She needed to grow into her role of heir quickly, and she did.
The world's greatest city writes in flames an epic of courage that stirs the hearts of free men everywhere.
Princess Elizabeth was only 14 when she gave her first radio broadcast to children all over the empire.
As we know from experience what it means to be away from those we love most of all, to you living in new surroundings, we send a message of true sympathy. My sister is by my side, and we are both going to say good night to you. Come on, Margaret. Good night, children. Good night, and good luck to you all.
The princess was desperate to serve. This was an opportunity to prove herself. She convinced the king to let her join the army, driving and fixing ambulances.
She was of her generation, which was a wartime generation, and the sort of keep calm, carry on philosophy was absolutely embedded in her.
She joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service, became a remarkably good driver, and always, to the end of her life, loved to drive and loved to worry about engines and knew about them.
The day the war ended, Princess Elizabeth's parents let her slip into the crowds outside Buckingham Palace, incognito, with her sister and cousin.
I mean, you can't imagine what London was like when the war ended. We walked a long way. We went all the way up to Trafalgar Square, and then all the way down Piccadilly. It was just a euphoric moment. And then we ended up in front of Buckingham Palace again, joining this huge crowd and shouting, "We want the King."
Victory for Europe and a rare moment of freedom for Princess Elizabeth. She later called it one of the most memorable nights of her life. But the war was an exception. Normal life for an heir is constrained and lonely. The princess needed someone in her life to make the future less daunting.
Prince Philip was a very dashing young Navy cadet when the Queen first laid eyes on him. In fact, she met him when she was 13, and he was at Dartmouth Naval College. And by all accounts, it was love at first sight for her, and she was smitten by him.
Now, the King and Queen had plans that the ideal consort to Princess Elizabeth, who was going to be Queen one day, would be one of the descendants of the ducal families of England. But she wasn't interested in that.
It's almost the only time when the Queen absolutely stepped out of line. Queen Elizabeth, her mother, would have loved her to marry a Grenadier Guard.
It was perfectly evident to anyone who saw the Queen. When Prince Philip walked into the room, she would just completely light up.
It was in the days, luckily, before ghastly emails and things that somehow or other aren't the same as letters.
I mean, he was a godlike good-looking. I mean, it's not remotely surprising that she fell in love with him.
When I married, Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret were all bridesmaids, and Prince Philip was an usher. And there's a photograph of Prince Philip as an usher taking the Queen's fur wrap from her. For some reason, that absolutely caught people's imagination. It was published. And I think from then on, people began to think, oh, you know, and I suppose really it's probably the point at which I thought, oh, and how nice, I would have thought.
This love would endure almost her whole life. But before she married him, she had an even more important vow to make. That 21st birthday dedication to service.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. God help me to make good my vow, and God bless all of you who are willing to share in it.
The first person willing to share in her vow of duty was Prince Philip. He was his own man and Elizabeth her own woman, but together they were a team.
He and I had breakfast alone on the morning of his wedding, and we talked a little bit about it. And he did say to me, I don't know whether I'm being very brave or very foolish. And I said, you are being very brave, and I'm sure it'll be a great success. And how right I was.
Elizabeth and her husband waved to the cheering crowds.
He became, for the Queen, her great strength and stay. She loved him. She was infatuated with him. I mean, he was beautiful. She, you know, this beautifully attractive, dashing, athletic young man who fell in love with her.
Her Royal Highness is the proud and happy mother of a prince, and in the monarch's home lies the infant boy who will one day be king.
They had their first 2 children, Prince Charles and Princess Anne.
The Princess Anne Elizabeth Alice Louise, newly christened and lovely in the traditional christening frock.
And when Prince Philip was given a naval posting in Malta, it was the young couple's chance to live a more carefree and private life.
I think that was by far the happiest time of their lives, because they were least constricted and the media wasn't always trying to get at them all the time.
But life would not be normal for long. The public did not know it yet, but the king had lung cancer and his health was deteriorating. He sent Princess Elizabeth on a tour of Africa in his place when she was aged just 25. She waved goodbye to her father, excited to represent him abroad, not imagining the tragedy just days away that would turn her world upside down.
The heart of the nation stops. The flags lower in tribute. Over the Mother of Parliaments, high over Big Ben, the flag is low as the news spreads. The king is dead.
The Queen's father died aged 56, his reign and her apprenticeship cut short. Prince Philip broke the news to the Queen at a lodge deep in the Kenyan bush.
I mean, it must have been just the most horrendous shock ever. I don't think that the first thought was, how am I going to cope with being Queen? I think the first thought was, my darling father's died.
The death of a parent can be a catastrophe. For a daughter who loves her father, it is probably even more so. But when you not only take on being sovereign, but you have to walk down the steps having been away when he died and face Winston Churchill and his serious-looking cabinet. Who do you go to for advice? There isn't anyone.
In that moment, and all accounts sort of say that she kind of gulped, gathered herself, and then knew that that was her destiny. A grieving daughter, but also now the Queen, in a way that she could never have imagined.
She descended the steps draped in grief, knowing her life would never be the same again.
The crowning over, the Queen emerges to find that the weather had been unkind. But in spite of the gloom and the wet, Her Majesty looked radiant as she moved to the coach.
Queen Elizabeth's coronation was the first live television event in history, and tens of millions of people tuned in.
She was very conscious of the fact that she needed to be out there, to be visible. Going right back to televising the coronation, I think she had an instinct for knowing that that was important for the role that she had.
A modern queen for a new television age, ushering in a post-war era of optimism and hope.
The new queen was beautiful. She presented this icon of hope after all the austerity of the Second World War. And her reign, beginning in the shock of the king's death, came with the opportunity of this young new start. They saw in her coronation this young woman of 26 dedicating herself to serve. And that kicked off the reign of Elizabeth II with all the very best bells ringing.
The new queen was glamorous and elegant, and this was a golden couple in high demand. Dancing, smiling, meeting and greeting their way around state visits, Commonwealth tours and garden parties. But time was made every week for the Queen to meet the Prime Minister.
The Queen was a young woman, and she was entering a very male world. Her first Prime Minister was Winston Churchill. He was a huge presence in every sense. She was a small young woman.
As the Prime Ministers progressed, I think some of them, when they were very new, didn't quite realise how extraordinarily well informed she was, and had perhaps not done their homework well enough and went away and made sure that they did their homework for the next time.
It was that first meeting with her as Prime Minister, for someone who'd been a little boy in the streets of Durham waving a flag when she drove through in the 1960s, and suddenly there you were Prime Minister. But then she also said to me, you were my 10th Prime Minister. The first was Winston Churchill, and that was before you were born. So it kind of put you in your historical place, as it were.
For each Prime Minister, I think the reassurance of spending time with her, not so much because she will give the answer to their problems, but because they can unburden them. They can say anything to her with absolute confidence. And she's taken all those secrets to the grave.
At Sir Winston Churchill's funeral, the Queen did not arrive last or leave first, as was her royal privilege. She stayed throughout, a sign of deep respect for her first Prime Minister.
She had a genuine empathy, I think, for the people that were in this position of power, because she understood the pressures. Even today, I wouldn't know what the politics of the Queen really were. Maybe a better way of putting it is that she was really above politics.
Becoming Queen just after World War II, there was no role more solemn and profound than that of Commander-in-Chief.
The Queen learnt to be a good Commander-in-Chief by watching her father in the war. Most of her reign was marked by the armed forces being in some way deployed somewhere in the world for the interests of the United Kingdom, on the decisions of prime ministers. And yet each of those soldiers, sailors, airmen and women were dedicated by their oath to serve her.
Here is somebody who's served in the military, who is a veteran, who has a family that has served in the military, so she understands. Her Majesty is the warrior queen. She has done it. She's been there, she's seen it, and she makes good judgment. And because of that, everyone within the armed services shows complete and utter loyalty to Her Majesty.
It was a very special relationship, that between our monarch and the head of the armed forces. Knowing that we owed our loyalty to the Queen was very special. She knew so many people who had died in war, and she realised so much better than most of us the costs of war.
The Elizabethan era coincided with the end of empire, and the Queen became the face of the modern Commonwealth.
The Queen's reign has seen a very marked change in attitudes to empire. She's probably going to be looked at by history as the last imperial monarch. I think the Queen herself as a person embodied so well the aspirations of the Commonwealth to represent democracies, freedoms, and all those other elements that make Commonwealth nations share common values. It meant that some countries that were never part of the old British Empire chose to be a part of the Commonwealth.
Her Majesty is having here the closest contact with her subjects since she came to the throne.
I think that the Queen made sure in her reign that there was room, always, for reinvention, for reinspection of the past, and for finding a route forward. Effortlessly, by just being there as head, she's enabled that group of nations to find a route forward, and I think that's something she can always be very proud of.
When foreigners think of the UK, they think of the Queen. So this, I think, gave her unique interest around the world, because she wasn't just a person, she was the embodiment of a country.
The Queen became the UK's diplomat-in-chief, trying to bring together a world riven by war.
The Queen, for me, was our top diplomat, our best diplomat. She was the best known, and she was the best at the work. And I don't think anybody will ever match that.
The Queen was representative of a generation that saw both Japan and Germany try and destroy Britain, and I think that must have formed her. It certainly formed her husband, who fought in the war in the Royal Navy. And I think both of them sought always to try and encourage a peaceful world because of the cataclysm of violence and misery that they'd witnessed. And throughout their lives, they did their best on behalf of, and when recommended to by governments of the day, to reach out friendship.
Not long after the war, the Queen invited the leader of Germany and later Japan to the UK. She would visit both countries in return.
One of her most important missions was reconciliation. We cannot forget the past, but we must build on the future.
You and I have spent most of our lives believing that this evening could never happen.
She never thought that she would see Russia or China in the course of her reign. She saw both.
The Queen's schedule was planned out years in advance, each visit and foreign trip crafted down to the last detail. But things didn't always go to plan.
Thank you for your warm welcome to Washington and to the White House.
Awkwardly, her speech outside the White House could be heard but not seen. The talking hat moment hit the headlines, but she had the last laugh a few days later at Congress.
I'll give you your speech as you
And
stand
wait there.
and you wait there for the welcome which comes from above, from the Speaker who's sitting above you. And it is going to be built for you and not for anyone else this time.
Not something that I would ever have actually thought about beforehand, you know.
I'm told there will be many interruptions.
Nice
Friendly
ones, I hope.
Friendly ones, yes, absolutely.
I think the two of them quite enjoyed moments when things went wrong.
Mr. Speaker, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh.
I do hope you can see me today from where you are.
I think whichever member of the royal family you are, you are surrounded with people, or your private secretaries, lady in waiting policemen, whose job is to make their life go smoothly. So obviously when something goes wrong, you think it's a disaster, but they think it's wonderful because they've got something different to talk about at dinner.
Away from the pressures of diplomacy and duty, her Scottish home was her refuge and family sanctuary, a more private space for children and grandchildren to let loose.
Well, I suppose Balmoral is a place one looks forward to very much as the summer goes on. I think that it has an atmosphere of its own. You just hibernate. But it's rather nice to hibernate for a bit when one leads such a very movable life. To be able to sleep in the same bed for 6 weeks is a nice change.
Holidays were always really important to the Queen. She looked forward to being with her family, which was a real treasure for her, all of them, to get them together. And it was one of the only occasions, because they were all representing her in different parts of the world or country. And in a way, it's a family that was so divided by what united them that getting them all together during the holidays was perfect.
For more than 60 years, she did those state occasions, the walkabouts, the meeting, hundreds of thousands of people. What an ordeal for someone who would have much rather be out in the countryside or actually just at home being quiet and probably being quite shy. It's kind of remarkable when you think of it like that.
Usually up we go.
I got my red boots.
You've got your red boots, they're very nice, aren't they?
That's very smart, isn't it?
If she hadn't happened to be born to be queen, she'd have been a happy countrywoman with masses of horses and dogs, and she would have been as happy as anything.
Oh, right.
Bathroom's in there.
Ow, it's my foot you're standing on. Go. Now, should we go that way?
Yeah.
Or do we want to go in the sun?
That way.
I think that she'll always be remembered for the fact that she regarded horses and dogs as probably more interesting than people. You always knew the Queen was around because a couple of corgis would come through the door first. And they were the sort of vanguard. And in a way, they broke the ice.
Princess Elizabeth, visiting Hurst Park, arrived before the first race.
There isn't much that she did as Queen that benefited herself personally. But I think she probably did invest a touch too much in the horses. She loved her racing, though. It was her distraction. And she never was as successful as she might have liked to have been on the racetrack.
She's spent her whole life, for basically 70 years now, owning racehorses and breeding racehorses. She gets her relief from ringing up her trainers and stud managers in the evening times and hearing about her horses, and that's her release from all the other stuff that goes on in her life, which is a lot.
Do you know that I haven't watched from a pair of binoculars for ages? Look at it, pouring with tears. Oh dear. I always watch on the television. It's the emotion. No, I watch on the television. No, Mummy, if you look into the wind like that, it's like looking at a deer. So I think it is.
The Queen was absolutely hilarious. She used to mimic people. She had the most marvellous stories, tremendous diffidence about herself, and she would often make people laugh in private at the most extraordinary situations that she'd found herself in.
In the middle of conversation, there would be a dead accurate rendition of somebody in public life. It always sort of caught me by surprise.
It was quite an impish sense of humour. She took a certain, I think, delight in slightly catching one out, but never malevolent, always good-humoured and always constructive and wanting to make one improve. And you say, I'm not doing that again, you know. So, marvellous.
Her sense of humour was not something most people got to see close up. The Queen drew a firm line between public and private.
She recognised that with the media, less is more. She didn't give interviews and never was tempted to.
I don't think the Queen has significantly let people into her life, let the press into her life. Part of the role of monarch, of course, is to seem present but actually seem quite distant, because being too accessible in a way lets too much light in. It shatters the image of monarchy. It breaks the spell, the magic of monarchy.
The Queen's true feelings were mostly hidden behind her public persona, but there were moments when she would briefly let the world in.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure. In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
The marriages of her 3 oldest children ended that year, the most bitter and wrenching being the split of Prince Charles and Diana, Princess of Wales, once celebrated as the glamorous future King and Queen.
It's bad enough to go through that trauma as a private individual, but to have to do it in the full glare of publicity must be incredibly difficult.
Diana had very quickly become the most popular royal. Her beauty and style, empathy and vulnerability marked her out from other members of the family. She was the people's princess.
She was a princess and a member of the royal family, but she was also a global figure, someone who had brought a lot of change to the monarchy and the way that it operated.
Her shocking death triggered a crisis for the Queen.
Generally speaking, what's been remarkable about the Queen is she's remained in step with her people over, so many decades. But there has been moments where it seemed that she has been out of step, and I think the most significant one was after the death of Diana, and it was really an incredible 10 days where it seemed really like there was almost like the United Kingdom on the cusp of some kind of civil war.
I'm learning from the Press Association now that Diana, Princess of Wales, has died.
Princess Diana's death was a global event, huge global significance. I mean, it's hard to understand that from the perspective of today. And therefore, the Queen, all the way through the succeeding days after the death, was both trying to perform her role as monarch, but also grieving and anxious about the children and how to protect them.
Diana's children, Princes William and Harry, were on holiday at Balmoral at the time of the crash. The Queen stayed with them.
The boys were the centre of her thinking. The thought that she should come down and sit in Buckingham Palace with two little bereaved boys with absolutely nothing to do except grieve would be the last thing you'd want to suggest. It was much more sensible to keep the boys in Scotland doing things.
I think she understood that if she could channel or take or shoulder the anger of the nation at what had happened, that in its own way would have been a service, not just to the nation, but to this thing that she was probably more dedicated to than anyone will realise, which was her family, her love for her son, for her grandsons, for the mother of her grandsons.
The British public behaved in the most extraordinary way over Diana, and they were hysterical. I think she probably felt, well, surely my duty is to stay with my grandchildren, not with these hysteric people dropping flowers all the time.
The Queen will always be criticised for having put her family in a very special place in her concerns. And I think that that's a criticism that she will gladly wear.
Whatever her intentions, these were testing times for the Queen. People began to demand she return to London to fly the palace flag at half-mast to honour Diana's memory.
They wanted to see the Queen, they wanted actions, and the headlines in London, you know, where are you, Mum? There was a real sense of a sort of baying crowds with the Queen just not responsive to her people.
It was very difficult to work out how to do the right thing in these circumstances, and all the way through I was concerned to try and protect the monarchy, because there was at the time a backlash, if you like.
And I think it must have been quite an unpleasant time to have to go out and meet the crowd and wondering really was it going to be a hostile reception?
Was this a moment that was going to literally end the inheritance, as people were sometimes saying?
When they finally did come down to London, it was almost the country holding its breath, and I remember watching thinking, God, are they going to start booing the Queen? And they got out of the car and there was this hushed silence. There was just this slow ripple of applause, and it was like the country kind of exhaled.
It was my job to meet her outside the gates and escorted her and Prince Philip outside, while she met the crowd and looked at all the flowers. And you can see the Queen was visibly touched about all that.
The Queen all the way through was listening to the advice. She was trying to work out the right thing to do. In the end, she came to her own view, ultimately, that she had to come and to speak.
This week at Balmoral, we have all been trying to help William and Harry come to terms with the devastating loss that they and the rest of us have suffered. No one who knew Diana will ever forget her. Millions of others who never met her but felt they knew her will remember her. I, for one, believe there are lessons to be drawn from her life and from the extraordinary and moving reaction to her death.
But for a time, it really did look like she'd perhaps dropped a ball, and that the monarchy was, you know, really rocking. And I think that was probably its most vulnerable point during the Queen's reign.
It could have been extremely difficult for the royal family. I think it was a moment of real vulnerability. But on the other hand, she was acutely aware of that, the Queen, and she showed ultimately that she was completely capable of dealing with it. The Queen's life has been a continual process of evaluation, re-evaluation. You know, after Princess Diana's death, that was a big moment of recalibration, and the royal family did it, and she led it.
I think there was a sense of reassessing the institution throughout that period, and a lot of it came to fruition after the death of the princess. The kind of events that the Queen was doing, the communications side was revamped, the reduction of the civil list, the royal finances, the Queen and the royal family paying tax, the opening of Buckingham Palace.
All institutions in Britain that want to survive must consistently reinvent themselves. And the Queen, from the day she became sovereign to the day she died, understood the need for that reinvention. And if you compare the court that was surrounding her on the day she died with the one that she walked into off that aircraft from Kenya, it is quite remarkable how much change the Queen saw to it that took place through her reign.
But if the death of Diana brought change to the monarchy, there was no end to the personal heartache for the Queen. Her sister died, and soon afterwards, her mother. Elizabeth was now the matriarch in a monarchy with an uncertain future.
Change has become a constant. Managing it has become an expanding discipline. The way we embrace it defines our future. For if a jubilee becomes a moment to define an age, then for me we must speak of change, its breadth and accelerating pace over these years. I would like above all to declare my resolve to continue, with the support of my family, to serve the people of this great nation of ours to the best of my ability through the changing times ahead.
The Queen took it upon herself to restore her relationship with the people. Her Golden Jubilee was the litmus test.
We had to construct a year that really, one had a sense that we'd moved on, that there was a turning of a page. What we didn't know was what the public reaction was going to be.
It was a turning point. The Queen had won back people, becoming convinced this was a monarchy that had lost touch. The moves to modernise an institution falling from favour had worked.
If you imagine looking out on a crowd of what the police estimated was 1 million people, and looking down the Mall, you couldn't see an inch of ground or grass. I mean, there were people everywhere. It felt like a celebration, and that's what it was.
The Queen had seen the monarchy through its time of challenge. It was also the beginning of a new century, and a whole new generation of people were getting to know Queen Elizabeth II. To people of all ages, she was now the most recognisable person in the world and a global icon.
In this mass media age, almost nobody is known to everybody. So the Queen was in a unique position for decade after decade, and disappearing from everybody's life, I think, will touch the lives of everybody.
The Queen was enormously popular globally. I mean, she was an iconic figure. It didn't matter how Republican the country was. I mean, they were absolutely thrilled to be with her. They were always, as it were, in the presence of a star bigger than them. I mean, she does have, and the royal family has, I mean, enormous soft power, influence.
And nowhere was that soft power more in evidence than in Ireland in 2011. She was the first reigning monarch to visit in more than a century. On display was an awareness of history and a deft touch that made friends of old enemies. At the state banquet, she delighted the guests by greeting the Irish president sat next to her in Gaelic.
Uachtaráin agus a coisa. those who have suffered as a consequence of our troubled past, I extend my sincere thoughts and deep sympathy. With the benefit of historical hindsight, we can all see things which we would wish had been done differently, or not at all.
The Queen, I think, stepped into areas that were just compulsively brave, emblematic and powerful, leaving the doors open for the politicians to try and weave closer ties afterwards. And I think that was her role, to enable behind her the political process of bonding to take place.
The Queen's mantra, "You had to be seen to be believed," held true even after she turned 90.
Her Majesty is one of the hardest working people I've ever met in my life. For somebody of her age, the things she was doing, the events she was attending, sometimes 3 events in a day, it was absolutely remarkable.
This is all the Lord Lieutenant's idea.
At any of these events, you'd have upwards of 200 people there that Her Majesty would meet in the process of doing that.
His Excellency, the President of Malta and Miss Villiers, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, it was fun being a private secretary, and one of my predecessors said, "You never come out of your morning session with the Queen feeling worse than when you went in." She had a sense of humour. She was very interested in people.
It was my privilege to see Her Majesty quite a lot, and in all those interactions, there was a courtesy and a humanity and a kindness that I'll remember forever.
Throughout her life, the Queen made personal sacrifices. The good of the firm came before the good of individual members of the family.
The Queen would say when confronted with an issue, what should the Queen do? In other words, not what should I do, but what should I do in my position as Queen?
When Prince Andrew was accused of sexually assaulting a 17-year-old girl, swift action was taken. He denied the allegations, but despite being rumoured to be the Queen's favourite son, Andrew was stripped of his military titles, forced to withdraw from public life.
Yes, this is a royal family, and yes, she was a wife, a daughter, a mother, but ultimately the royal family is a firm, and the Queen has been the boss of that firm, and she's been a pretty hardcore chief executive, really, and she's put that, and we've seen that across her reign, at critical moments, she's put the good of the firm perhaps over and above her own particular personal emotions and feelings at particular points in time.
There was sadness too at the departure of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, who left the firm amid accusations of racism and a painful family split. Prince Harry moved his family to America.
As a grandmother, it must have been incredibly painful and difficult, but basically she said, you know, either you're part of the firm, the family, and you're working royal, or you're not. And I think in the statements that were made around that time, they were actually quite emotional. They did actually capture, I think, that dual sense of her as Queen, but also the pain that she felt as a grandmother and as a mother.
Through all the sort of travails that, like any family, because the royal family in the end is a family, through all the travails that they've had, she has always had to overcome those and just remain solid and clear in her duty as the Queen.
Anyone who was in her family was a treasure to her. And she recognized and probably felt a burden of responsibility that whatever problems they faced, they were magnified because she was Queen. And there aren't many mothers or grandmothers or great-grandparents who have to deal with that additional burden.
At the same time, the British public was facing its toughest peacetime challenge in a century, the global coronavirus pandemic. The Queen would once again choose her moment to speak directly to the country, offering a message of strength and a reference to the resolve of her wartime generation.
We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
If we look back at what happened during the COVID epidemic when Her Majesty addressed the nation, it's the empathy. We're all in this together, but it's going to be okay. And I think that comes from Her Majesty's vast experience.
Experience could prepare her for many things, but perhaps nothing as painful as losing her husband.
Buckingham Palace has just announced that the Duke of Edinburgh has died. He was 99 years old.
Whenever we look back on the Queen's reign and her successes, we have to pay tribute to Prince Philip because, you know, she would have been nothing without him. I think that's actually not an overstatement. I think he gave her confidence. You know, she described and lamented the loss of him.
His sense of service, intellectual curiosity, and capacity to squeeze fun out of any situation were all irrepressible. That mischievous, inquiring twinkle was as bright at the end as when I first set eyes on him.
At his funeral, the Queen sat alone, refusing to make an exception to the rules, even for herself.
But he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
What she has maintained is a serenity, but you know that there is a deep compassion underneath that. And those images of her at the funeral of Prince Philip, I think, say it all.
I think she's left the most marvellous benchmark for people who seek to lead. To do it selflessly, quietly, with a sense of decorum, no rush to say anything in a hurry or whatever the modern world demands.
My abiding memory of the Queen will be of someone who became monarch in one era, ending up in a completely different era today.
Most of us have never remembered a different monarch, have never known a different monarch, have never known a coronation.
I did remark that it was upside down and you wouldn't be able to see what was on it. I thought it had to be upside down for the press.
As they can see. I don't matter.
People knew the Queen. She had been there for all the life of nearly everybody alive on the planet.
Welcome to the Queen Elizabeth Critical Care Unit.
It's amazing, isn't it, what can be done when needs be.
In order to be relevant, you've got to change because the world outside is changing. And she was the first to recognise this. In the old expression, you had to change every day to stay the same.
It's been very nice to be able to join you and also to hear what happened and how well it has been achieved. Thank you very much indeed, all of you.
In later life, the Queen carefully chose the right moments to let the public see her more playful side. She had a knack for knowing what to agree to and when.
Thank you for having me. I do hope you're having a lovely jubilee.
Tea?
Oh, yes, please.
She allowed herself to connect with without despoiling what she represented. But I think it was by doing it she enhanced the nature of being sovereign for a changing and evolving nation.
Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here. For later.
It delighted the world because they weren't expecting it and because they thought that she was not the kind of person who would allow her front to drop in that sense.
Happy Jubilee, ma'am. And thank you for everything.
That's very kind.
Your Majesty, Mummy, you pledged to serve your whole life. You continue to deliver. These pictures on your house are the story of your life and ours. You have met us and talked with us. You laugh and cry with us. And most importantly, you have been there for us for these 70 years.
We will have Great Britain without the Queen, but we will miss the Queen because the Queen was there for so long and through so many upheavals in our national life and in international life. And through all those upheavals, she was steady and comforting. She never wavered from duty or service.
I promise you that if we live 1,000 years, we'll never see anything like it again. You couldn't. I mean, it just cannot be.
I can't see how the likes of the Queen will reappear in a hurry. All those years of wisdom and compassion, we've been so lucky.
She has really done it in her way. That really important sense of duty, I think, has been there throughout.
It was a life of service and a life of duty. She has given this sense of calm stability, which is always there, has always been there, and I think that has been her extraordinary contribution.
There wasn't anything Her Majesty couldn't do. You know, she genuinely cared and she led all the way, every day.
She had a long-term view of what the monarchy was about, which is essentially duty as the head of state, to unify and bring together the British people. She adhered to that. She was the best exponent of it. The challenge she had was unparalleled for the modern monarchy, and yet she rose to it magnificently.
Because she reigned for so long, we will find the tentacles of her contribution to public life. We will unwrap the character that she showed to so many people over the years to come. And if there is a heaven, she will have found herself face to face with her father. And the greatest motivation for her time as Queen, that he should say, "I'm proud of you." Well, it is a gathering of people who have held or do hold considerable weight and power in the story of the United Kingdom. And they're gathering for the first part of the Accession Council, they're referred to generally as the Lords of the Council, who are added to by representatives of the Commonwealth and by archbishops of Canterbury and former archbishops and other appointments, including from the City of London by old tradition going back to the days of Queen Elizabeth I. And they're gathered here to witness the first part of this council. Normally, privy councils. The word privy is where the secret of it is, where private. Former Archbishop of Canterbury there and of York. And they, all of them, have held an appointment and therefore can witness the procedure that we will see. At the allotted point, the current acting Lord President of the Council, who is the Right Honourable Penny Mordaunt, I say acting, her appointment was approved by the late Queen, and she will lead the Council now.
Please make sure.
And other members of the royal family who are gathered, along with privy councillors who are selected, the Archbishop of Canterbury and others will sign the proclamation, ending up with the Earl Marshal and the Lord President herself. At this point there will be other business, and then the privy councillors who are going to go and meet the King will leave this picture gallery and head through to the throne room.
And Alistair, we're just seeing for ourselves some of the makeup of the Privy Council, just how high octane it is in terms of the politicians, all those former Prime Ministers for a start.
Former Prime Ministers, of course, and also the leaders of the opposition and the heads of the other significant parties, and also representatives from different parts of the United Kingdom, but all those who have been granted the privilege of becoming sworn as members of the Most Honourable, the Privy Council. And Privy Council rules dictate that there should be cross-party capability of people to talk about things in complete secrecy, and thereby some of the function of the most difficult moments of the national story can be done by agreement being reached outside the public forum. So that's one of the rules. But you can see there people who we regularly hear from because they currently have held, more recently, cabinet appointments or hold them right now. But just because the Queen, the late Queen, had approved the current cabinet, they haven't all been received by the monarch, and so that needs to be done shortly. Let's listen.
It's 10 o'clock, you're watching Sky News live from St James's Palace in central London, where the historic meeting of the Accession Council is just about to begin.
The business for part one of the Council. My Lords, it is my sad duty to inform you that Her Most Gracious Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, has passed away on Thursday, the 8th of September, 2022, at Balmoral Castle. I propose that, when certain necessary business has been transacted, a deputation consisting of Her Majesty, His Royal Highness, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Lord Chancellor, the Archbishop of York, the Prime Minister, the Clerk of the Council, and myself shall wait on the King and inform him the Council is assembled. I now call on the Clerk of the Council to read aloud the text of the proclamation.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to his mercy our late Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lords spiritual and temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. God save the King.
God save the King.
I now invite those on the platform to sign the proclamation.
First to sign, the Prince of Wales. Her Majesty the Queen Consort. Signing, Camilla R. Regina, Queen. The Lord President of the Council. The First Lord of the Treasury and Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. One of the great officers of state, holding an appointment that goes back into the history of time, the Archbishop of Canterbury. It will be his responsibility to crown the new king. His signature, Justin Cantuar, cross, cross. Cantuar, the Latin for Canterbury. The Archbishop of York. His signature, Stephen Ebor, cross, cross, Archbishop of York. Lord Privy Seal. Later on, the gathering of all those present will be added with their signatures to this document. All of them invited to sign as they've witnessed the announcement of the death of Queen Elizabeth II. And they are formally acknowledging that this be read out to the kingdom to confirm the new king. Finally, the Earl Marshal of England, the Duke of Norfolk, who is responsible for organising not only the state funeral of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, but will be organising the coronation of His Majesty the King.
Drafts of 8 orders of council. 1. Ordering the proclamation to be printed and published in specialist supplements in the London, Edinburgh and Belfast Gazettes. 2. Directing the Lord Chancellor to affix the Great Seal to the proclamation proclaiming His Majesty King Charles III. 3. Directing the kings, heralds and pursuivants of arms to attend at the Court of St. James to proclaim His Majesty King Charles III. 4. Directing the Lord Mayor, the Court of Aldermen and Commons of London to attend at the Royal Exchange to proclaim His Majesty King Charles III. 5. Directing His Majesty's Secretary of State for Defence to give directions for the firing of guns at Hyde Park as soon as His Majesty is proclaimed. 6. Directing the Constable of His Majesty's Tower of London to give directions for the firing of guns at the Tower of London as soon as His Majesty is proclaimed. 7. Directing His Majesty's Secretary of State for Scotland to cause the proclamation for proclaiming His Majesty King Charles III to be published in Scotland. 8. Directing the Clerk of the Council to issue circular letters for causing His Majesty King Charles III to be proclaimed are hereby approved, and that concludes the business for this part of the Council. I now invite the deputation party to accompany me to wait on the King in the Council chamber.
With echoes of history, another page has been written. The Prince of Wales and the Queen Consort leading through the short distance to the throne room, just through that door. And we will join them in a moment, and there will be other members of the Privy Council who will go with them to attend upon the new king.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and for those still here, further signatures will be given under the instructions that we're hearing being given.
Proclamation, which is laid out in the lower corridor as you depart. Come by this way. Thank you. The City Civic Party, I know, also have other business, so we'll want to depart at this point. I also invite any non-privy councillors to depart from the doors at the rear via the matted hall, signing the proclamation in the lower corridor as you leave. And lastly, may I invite the witnesses to the oath for upholding the security of the Church of Scotland, if you would like to move down into the throne room.
Throne room, the Earl Marshal,
as I departed, people
with attendant representatives.
Privy councillors only, those
And one might recall quite what it must have been like for an 18-year-old Queen Victoria to walk in to the throne room of St James's on ascending the throne, and for each monarch since her. Each of them dealing with a recognition of a personal tragedy and sadness in a family, and taking on the burden of kingship. Earl Marshal now the last to head through to the throne room with the representatives who will be coming with him, former prime ministers, who will wait on the arrival of the king. Representing a broad range of parties, religion, service to the United Kingdom through Parliament in different roles. These are, after all, a representative number of the very large body of the Privy Council today. And for them, they have been selected because each year there is a ballot for representatives from those parts of the Privy Council who have long since been serving in high-profile roles, but always they have cabinet members. We can see many of them amongst the group there, former leaders of different political parties. Former Lord Bishop of London, Richard Charteris. The throne room is a little bit smaller than the picture gallery, and both of these rooms are very close to where the proclamation will be made of what has been read out to the Accession Council just now. And once they are all in the throne room, the king, who is likely waiting in the area between Clarence House and St James's Palace, there is a waiting room that the royal family use when preparing to come into the throne room. Many events have taken place in that throne room. Obviously the accession councils of all recent monarchs, but also at state visits. State visitors come and receive the ambassadors to the court of St James in front of the canopy, which is embroidered with the king's coat of arms. This is the first time women have attended the Accession Council. It was always an entirely male event, an evolution that perhaps also marks quite how much social change has taken place in the United Kingdom in the reign of the last Queen. The division between those Privy Councillors, the last of whom we're now seeing filtering into the throne room, and the High Commissioners who've now left and who down in the lower galleries. You can see straight through the doors there to the throne, waiting for the new king. The thing about Privy Councils is that they always exercise their business standing up, which was deemed to be a sensible way of making sure that the councils themselves didn't last too long. And they are by nature functionary. And business can therefore be dealt with quite quickly. It's a very richly decorated part of the palace with red damask walls, all in hangings surrounded by all these amazing paintings, monarchs in the past. And the king will probably come in through the door on the left there, and out the window at the gardens of Clarence House. And you can see the plant badges of the United Kingdom on different parts of the canopy hanging down above the throne here. It will take a little bit of time before the Earl Marshal is content that everyone is ready. The Earl Marshal is holding the baton of his office and gives him the exercise of his authority, and when he's ready, the second stage of this Privy Council will take place. Very moving moment for the new king, because he will refer back to the death of his mother and how he feels. And although we heard him address the nation yesterday, this is a very intimate gathering of the most significant people in the United Kingdom. And he addresses them not only with sorrow about the death of his mother and reflecting the grief that he knows the United Kingdom holds, and also other nations, but pointing out his determination to serve the Constitution as its principal guardian on the guidance and advice of this council, principally in those members of the council who form the cabinet at any one time. King George VI, when he attended his accession council after the abdication of his elder brother, King Edward VIII, was extremely nervous at this point because he had an impediment in his speech. We know that the Prince of Wales does not, but he generally has a very emotional approach to moments of family sadness, and he clearly was dealing with that yesterday when he addressed the nation for the first time as king. The throne, you will notice, has the cipher of the late Queen. I was mentioning earlier that the College of Arms, working closely with the royal household and the King's advisors, will be designing a new cipher for the new reign. It will have CR, Charles Rex, with the Roman numeral 3, perhaps, or whatever the new king and the College of Arms decides. And it will be ensigned by a royal crown. And it will appear just as the late Queen's cipher appeared just about everywhere, on post boxes and in England particularly, and other parts of the United Kingdom. In Scotland too, the cipher can perhaps come back. The E2R did not apply to Scotland because Elizabeth I had never reigned over Scotland, but that is different for King Charles as we wait for the arrival of His Majesty through that left-hand door, which is where the waiting room for the King is. And there's only a few doorways from Clarence House. There are routes through from different parts of the royal palaces here, which is why we haven't seen any royal arrivals publicly. The murmur of conversation between people who have been foes in Parliament, between different archbishops who have been serving at Canterbury and York over the years, all of them perhaps with their memories of their talks and meetings with the late Queen, and all recognising that this is a significant moment for the evolution of a monarchy that has woven a line through the tapestry of time for this country, back to monarchs like old King Cole, Kenneth MacAppin of Scots, and the Princes of Wales, and the old High Kings of Ireland. And in the new king are so many of those lines of descent. And in the first act that we will see the king invited to take part in, which is an oath, we will feel that history too, as he is asked to undertake to protect the independence of the Church of Scotland and its privileges. Once again, the king will come in and he will have the chance then to make his statement to those assembled Privy Councillors here. And reflect upon the Queen's reign and the loss that we all feel at her passing. So when he enters the throne room, all present will bow. The King will make his declaration, after which the Lord President will ask leave to publish the declaration of His Majesty. And then he will be asked to make the oath relating to the Church of Scotland. He will read out the oath, holding a testament in his uplifted hand, and he will sign 2 parchments as copies of that oath. And one will be kept down in the United Kingdom archive, and the other sent to Scotland, to the Court of Session, to be kept in the books of the Sederant, which are the records of the Court of Session in Scotland, and the other preserved in the Privy Council Register. A copy of the Scottish Oath will, of course, be sent later to the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. The moderator, interestingly, was preaching at Crathy Church the last weekend of the Queen's life and stayed at Balmoral Castle and spoke recently of how lively and spirited the late Queen was at that time, and when he took leave of Her Majesty on Monday, she seemed in good heart. As the council are brought to order, when the King comes in, a bow will be made and he will make his statement.
Business for part 2 of the Council. Your Majesty, to make your declaration.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, it is my most sorrowful duty to announce to you the death of my beloved mother, the Queen. I know how deeply you, the entire nation, and I think I may say the whole world, sympathize with me in the irreparable loss we've all suffered. It is the greatest consolation to me to know of the sympathy expressed by so many to my sister and brothers, and that such overwhelming affection and support should be extended to our whole family in our loss. To all of us as a family, as to this kingdom and the wider family of nations of which it is a part, my mother gave an example of lifelong love and of selfless service. My mother's reign was unequaled in its duration, its dedication and its devotion. Even as we grieve, we give thanks for this most faithful life. I am deeply aware of this great inheritance and of the duties and heavy responsibilities of sovereignty which have now passed to me. In taking up these responsibilities, I shall strive to follow the inspiring example I have been set in upholding constitutional government and to seek the peace, harmony and prosperity of the peoples of these islands and of the Commonwealth realms and territories throughout the world. In this purpose, I know that I shall be upheld by the affection and loyalty of the peoples whose sovereign I have been called upon to be, and that in the discharge of these duties, I will be guided by the counsel of their elected parliaments. In all this, I am profoundly encouraged by the constant support of my beloved wife. I take this opportunity to confirm my willingness and intention to continue the tradition of surrendering the hereditary revenues, including the Crown Estate, to my government for the benefit of all, in return for the sovereign grant, which supports my official duties as head of state and head of nation. and in carrying out the heavy task that has been laid upon me, and to which I now dedicate what remains to me of my life, I pray for the guidance and help of Almighty God.
I have with humble duty to crave your Majesty's permission for the publication of your gracious speech.
Approved.
Concerning the security of the Church of Scotland.
I understand that the law requires that I should, at my accession to the Crown, take and subscribe the oath relating to the security of the Church of Scotland. I am ready to do so at this first opportunity. I, Charles III, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of my other realms and territories, King, Defender of the Faith, do faithfully promise and swear that I shall inviolably maintain and preserve the settlement of the true Protestant religion as established by the laws made in Scotland in prosecution of the claim of right, and particularly by an act intituled An Act for Securing the Protestant Religion and Presbyterian Church Government, and by the acts passed in the Parliament of both kingdoms for union of the two kingdoms, together with the government, worship, discipline, rights and privileges of the Church of Scotland. So help me God.
I now invite your Majesty to subscribe both copies of the instrument, confirming the oath has been taken.
Noting that the King is signing Charles Rex, Charles R.
I now invite the witnesses to His Majesty's oath to sign both copies of the instrument.
And for the first time, the Prince of Wales signing William P. for Princeps, which is the Latin for prince. You will note that for an order in council to be approved by the monarch, just the simple word approved makes it enacted. And the remaining business will be thus attended. In the background, while the signatures, particularly the Secretary of State for Scotland, the Right Honourable Alistair Jack, you can hear in the background the music of the Coldstream Guards as the King's Guard is forming up in Friary Court for the proclamation to be read out by Garter King of Arms later on. The First Minister of Scotland, Sturgeon, signing the two documents. First time, First Minister of Scotland has taken part in this significant part of the Accession Council. In the background, the private secretaries of the former Queen, the present King, former Queen's private secretary will continue to serve the new King, and also of the Prince of Wales.
Draft of an order in Council authorising Your Majesty's declaration to be made public.
Approved.
Draft of an order in Council for recording the oath relating to the security of the Church of Scotland, to be transmitted to the Court of Session, to be recorded in the books of Sediment, and afterwards lodged in the State Papers of Scotland and in the Council Register.
Approved.
Draft order in Council determining the form of proclamation for proclaiming Your Majesty in the realms and in the British Overseas Territories.
Approved.
Draft of an order in Council authorising the Lord Chancellor to make use of the Great Seal for sealing all things whatsoever that pass the Great Seal until another Great Seal be prepared and authorised.
Approved.
Draft of an order in Council authorising the Lord Privy Seal, if need be, to make use of the existing Privy Seal until another Privy Seal is prepared and authorised.
Approved.
Drafts of 3 orders in Council authorising Your Majesty's principal Secretaries of State, the Lord Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, to use the existing seals until other seals be prepared and authorised.
Approved.
Draft of an order in Council authorising Your Majesty's Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to make use of the existing Great Seal of Northern Ireland until another seal be prepared and authorised.
Approved.
Draft of an order in Council authorising Your Majesty's First Minister of Scotland to make use of the Great Seal of Scotland until another Great Seal of Scotland be prepared and authorised.
Approved.
Draft of an order in Council authorising Your Majesty's First Minister of Wales to make use of the existing Welsh Seal until another Welsh Seal be prepared and authorised.
Approved.
Draft of an order in Council authorising the public seals authorising the respective public seals lately in use elsewhere than in the United Kingdom to be made use of until new seals be prepared and their use duly authorised.
Approved.
Draft of an order in Council confirming Your Majesty's wishes in relation to the Sovereign Grant Act 2011 to continue the tradition of surrendering the hereditary revenues including the Crown Estate, to your government for the benefit of all, in return for the sovereign grant which supports your official duties as head of state and head of nation.
Approved.
Drafts of 2 proclamations. 1. Appointing the day of Her late Majesty's state funeral as a bank holiday in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. 2. Appointing the day of Her late Majesty's state funeral as a bank holiday in Scotland. And of 2 orders in council directing the Lord Chancellor to affix the Great Seal to the proclamations.
Approved.
I now invite Your Majesty to sign both proclamations. And that, Your Majesty, concludes today's business for the Council.
With bows from all the Privy Council, the King, the Prince of Wales and the Queen Consort leave, followed by their household.
May I
And
now
whilst
invite
all
the
the business is
deputation
not done,
party and the witnesses to the oath to exit via the picture gallery and the matted hall.
Members of the Council will now take positions such as they are able, along with the King, the Queen Consort and the Prince of Wales, to witness the proclamation that will take place.
I now ask
11
Privy
o'clock.
Councillors present to exit via the picture gallery and the matted hall and invite you to sign the proclamation, which is laid out in the lower corridor. Thank you all for attending today.
As they depart, it is interesting to notice how much attention is given to great seals and seals. All seals are the means of authority being stamped and confirmation given to any instrument or enactment, and so consequently, as they are all currently bearing reference to the late Queen, permission needs to be given for them to carry on until the new ones are made. And when the new ones are made, they will be presented to the monarch, who will be invited to deface with a hammer the old Great Seal. And this is done deliberately in order to make sure that no one could use seals because of their power in enacting law in the wrong way. But we have witnessed a remarkable moment, the confirmation by the High Council, as it were, the Privy Council of the United Kingdom, of the death of Elizabeth II and of the accession of the new King, Charles III. And shortly, with all these signatures being placed upon confirmation of the proclamation that the Accession Council has just given approval to, it will be passed to Garter King of Arms, David White, who will then, with the heralds, pursuivants and kings of arms, along with the sergeant at arms, which we will see, and the state trumpeters, take their place on the balcony overlooking Friary Court at exactly 11 o'clock. And a reminder that today, although we are in the mourning process for Elizabeth II, is defined to be a day of celebration of the new King. And that's why at the moment flags are being raised across the kingdom to full mast, and they will remain at full mast until 1 hour after the last proclamation, which will be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. It's very normal, isn't it, that sometimes pens don't work, and this is such a significant document, and everyone will be wanting to make sure that their signature is properly made. This is a document that will go into the archive of the nation, and for those who are signing, who come from all different walks of political persuasion and interest, this is a non-political moment, a punctuation point in the national story. And just as the state does occasionally step in and order the process of the political argument and push, this is one of those moments where we stop and think about how the Constitution rests through ancient tradition upon a non-political head of state who has inherited from his mother the responsibility. And now, in this long gallery, where often they have laid out books of remembrance and will later on for those who will wish to sign books of condolence to the Queen.
Yes. Yes. So it's just a matter of time, and I don't know if
And Alistair, as we watch, as you say, so many politicians from all sides of the House of Commons, from all political persuasions, signing the documents there, just give us your sense of the statements that the King made there. Of course, we remember the statement made by Her Majesty the Queen back in 1952, and that awareness, once again, as we heard from King Charles last night in his address to the nation, that awareness, that pledge, that vow about his duties and responsibilities.
It may seem to a modern world quite trite in an odd way, because some of the language we're hearing and some of the way in which these activities are carried out looks very formal, very dignified, very old-fashioned. And yet, what the King has undertaken to do is profound, and that is to maintain the constitutional traditions by which, as a free nation over the years, we have developed through Parliament, which is sovereign. And the strange nature of the United Kingdom is that although Charles III is the sovereign, the United Kingdom Parliament is itself what is sovereign. And the King is responsible for maintaining, on the advice of his principal ministers who form the cabinet, the Constitution as it evolves. And we can recollect recently controversial times when it has been the case that the advice given to the late Queen on certain constitutional matters were then subsequently laid before the Supreme Court and cast out. And so we are reminded with quite recent history that it is a delicate balance sometimes for monarchs, and any biography of any recent king or queen will tell you that this is no easy set of judgments, and there is great pressure upon monarchs sometimes to act correctly and formally in times when they can be put by a political desire into an uncomfortable place. So I think what we're witnessing is profound because the king has undertaken to uphold the Constitution, and we know what a tough job that can be. And he did say that in the period of grief, as he undertakes this new role, he holds for the support of the people of the United Kingdom and further afield in order to carry out this task. It's a pretty lonely place to be sometimes.
Our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills is here with me, and Rhiannon, your take on the King's declaration?
I think following his historic address to the nation last night, there was really a continuation of the themes, and I think those messages that he's been so keen to convey to the country and to the rest of the world, fully appreciating that everyone is now looking to him to lead the tributes to his late mother. He talked about how the family appreciate the overwhelming support that they are feeling from so many. He described how his mother gave an example of lifelong love and selfless service that was unequaled in her devotion, and said that even in our grief we should really look to her example. Also, again, I think a reminder of what he described as really the weight of responsibilities that now rest on his shoulders, and that has formally been confirmed today in terms of the proclamation that's now being signed by political and religious figures. John sent to me there. He talked about the great inheritance that he now takes on, the heavy responsibilities of sovereignty. And we can also see there that gun salutes are being prepared. Yesterday, of course, we had gun salutes there at the Tower of London, also at Hyde Park. And right across the United Kingdom, 96 gun salutes yesterday to mark every year of the Queen's life. And throughout her reign, those gun salutes have marked moments of celebration. Yesterday, there was an air of solemnity. Today, once again, the guns will fire. And this time in celebration of the start of a new reign. There is fanfare today. And yet I think for the new king, he was ever so keen to make sure that that does not detract from the enormity of the loss that everyone's feeling.
And Rhiannon, those gun salutes will coincide with the initial public reading of the proclamation. I wonder if we can have a look at the shot behind us here, just outside St James's Palace, where members of the public have been gathering outside, and many of them have been around Buckingham Palace for the last few hours. They've been let in that short distance to St James's Palace, and behind us there is the balcony above Friary Court, and there we can get an aerial view, a better view than we actually have, because the crowds are between us and that, as we await the reading of the proclamation, the first public reading of it. Yes, of course it has been on television, but this dates way back before the days of television or any forms of electronic communication, and the reading of the proclamation will be taking place at 11 o'clock precisely, and that will be read out by the Garter King of Arms. And as we're saying there, then Rhiannon, it cascades throughout the country, initially in central London and then beyond.
That's right, and we will see over the coming days that proclamation will be marked in Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. I think it's worth reflecting on the fact that for the first time today, this ceremony has been witnessed on television, but as we watch the crowds outside of St James's Palace now, looking across Friary Court towards that balcony, it is an echo of what would have happened 70 years ago. And today it's worth reflecting on the fact that we are witnessing ritual and spectacle that has not been seen for so long.
And so many people wanted to be part of it. I mean, it's only certain members of the the public who've been let in. There are many thousands more I can see down there, been held back, who've been around Buckingham Palace, but also some of the members of the Accession Council have come out to be part of the crowd themselves. I can see just over the top of some of the other cameras around here, Chris Grayling, of course, former Transport and Justice Secretary, amongst other things. I think that's Nigel Evans, Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, and many others there mingling amongst the crowds. It really is the great and the good.
And for us, I think, to watch through those corridors, so many political figures.
Salmond as well.
And I think it was a reminder, wasn't it, of the Queen's remarkable reign and the decades that it's covered. Seeing all those familiar faces, some more recent than others when it comes to their political careers, but also to see 6 of her prime ministers there in the front row watching as the new king made that proclamation, a reminder of the longevity of her reign and now the fact that her son is taking on that responsibility.
Also a reminder, I know we don't have cameras on this, but also a reminder of the cessation, the suspension of political hostilities. Theresa May and Ian Blackford, the leader of the SNP in Westminster, having a bit of a chat there. Can also say a tender chat. You can see Gordon Brown, former Prime Minister. Oh, there's former leader of the Conservatives, former Foreign Secretary William Hague as well. And that's just a few of these politicians who, as you say, Rhiannon, have gathered out here to mingle with the crowds, to take in, and it's an overused phrase, but this really is this moment in history.
Yes, some decided to leave earlier, but I think a number of them have decided to want to stop and pause. And I think, like so many across the country, maybe spend a bit of time reflecting on their own memories of meeting the Queen. One thing that certainly will unite many of them. But what was also fascinating today was the Privy Council, members that we see waiting out here now, is this body that we're often reminded of how important it is to the monarch, the sovereign. They're this body of advisors. But never have we seen that gathering filmed before. We've never been able to witness it. And yet we now saw the new king actually conducting the business of state, penny mordant, saying certain things, and then the new king saying approved. And that gives us a new insight into monarchy, brings it into the 21st century, and at a time when people will, I think, feel, some people bemused by the fact that this has all happened so quickly, the death of a much-loved monarch, and already we have fanfare about a new sovereign. Opening the doors, letting people in, hopefully will explain the process a bit better.
And Rhiannon, just on practical matters, we got some new information, didn't we, during the course of that process, about the funeral, that it will be a bank holiday.
Yes, so we now know that the King has approved an order declaring that we will all have a bank holiday on the day of the funeral. When is that day? We don't know at the moment, but...
Do we know when we will be told, when that will be decided?
So we're anticipating that we're going to have the first briefing in terms of what we can expect over the coming days and potentially the date of that funeral later this afternoon. So hopefully by this evening we will know when that bank holiday is going to be and a few more details about what is to come over the next days or so.
Well, let's rejoin Alistair Bruce, our royal commentator. And Alistair, we're 4 or 5 minutes away from this moment in history for the first time since 1952, when we are going to hear the reading of the proclamation of a new monarch.
As you speak, the state trumpeters coming out onto the balcony here above Friary Court. And the intention of this event is to speak to a nation, a commonwealth in mourning, and to raise the heads of that nation to celebrate that there is a new monarch. From the window onto this balcony will come the pursuivants, heralds, and kings of arms of the College of Arms. Also the sergeants at arms, the heralds wearing the tabards which show the coat of arms of the king, kings of arms wearing white plumes on their cocked hats, and also with them will come the Earl Marshal, the Duke of Norfolk. They will spread across the balcony. And here comes the Garter King of Arms, David White, who with the Earl Marshal beside him holds the proclamation.
Have we had the trumpets?
Waiting for the moment of 11 o'clock when the guns will start to fire to mark the announcement that the King has given instruction to be read out, that the Queen has died and approved by the Privy Council. He has now been identified and confirmed as the rightful new king. From the principal palace of the monarchy here at St. James's, the principal proclamation will be made at the moment 11 o'clock strikes, and they'll be watched by the new king, by the Queen Consort, the Prince of Wales, and waiting down below, the King's Guard, number 7 Company, 2nd Battalion Coldstream Guards, who will later present arms to celebrate the new king, and then we'll give 3 cheers to His Majesty. The principal proclamation of King Charles III.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to His mercy our late Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lords Spiritual and Temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. By the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. Given at St. James's Palace this 10th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2022.
The captain of the King's Guard will now order the troops to present arms, and the colour will be lowered. And then God save the King.
God save the King!
To a great cheer, the captain of the guard brings the troops out of the present, and they will now ground their arms, place their rifles on the ground and prepare to give 3 cheers. They kneel down, place their rifles and return. So with joy, wherever you are, if you wish, join in with 3 cheers for the new king.
3 cheers for His Majesty the King! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray!
Captain of the King's Guard will now start replacing of headdress, the recovery of the arms, and Garter King of Arms, the Kings of Arms, the Heralds Pursuivants of the College of Arms will then, along with the Heralds Extraordinary, leave from the balcony. And the principal proclamation of the new reign is done.
കൊടുങ്കാറ്റിത വഴിനീളമേ പ്രതിസന്ധികൾ തളരില്ല തെല്ലുമിനി വീതിയിൽ ഒരു ചാട്ടുളി പോലിനി നീങ്ങുമേ ആത്മാവിലെ വിശ്വാസമേ ജനമനസ്സിൽ നിറയും ആശയെ ഒളി വീശുവാനെഴുമിന്നലിത കൈകോർത്തൊരുമിച്ചിനി നീങ്ങിടാം നാം കേൾക്കും സ്വരമത് മനമാണേ ഈ രാജ്യമിതിൻ പുതുനാദമിതാ സഹയാത്രികയാകാൻ പോരുക തോഴാ സഹയാത്രികയാകാൻ പോരുക തോഴി സഹയാത്രികരാകാൻ പോരുക നാടേ ചുവടും അടിച്ചേർന്നാലും നാകും
വഴിയോരങ്ങളിൽ പാതയോരങ്ങളിൽ നമ്മ ചങ്ങന്മാരുടെ കർഷകരുടെ കർഷക തൊഴിലാളികളുടെ സ്നേഹവാത്സല്യങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങി ഇതാ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര കടന്നു വരുന്നു. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര.
अरे आओ ऊपर आओ ना अपन में और इन्हें बोलो एक्सीलेटर पे आराम से चलाएंगे, बच्चे अच्छे नहीं देंगे। तो 30% है। ये लो भाई। हेलो।
കാത്തുകാത്തിരുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര ഇതാ കടന്നു വരുന്ന മതേതരത്വത്തിന്റെ രാജകുമാരൻ ഈ രാജവീഥിയിലൂടെ കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര ഇതാ കടന്നു വരുന്നു. മതേതര ഭാരതത്തെ പുനഃസൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ, ഇന്ത്യയുടെ അഖണ്ഡത സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ ഇതാ രാഹുൽജി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. കാത്തുകാത്തിരുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര, കാത്തുകാത്തിരുന്ന രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി ഇതാ നമ്മുടെ കൺമുന്നിലേക്ക് കരങ്ങൾ ഉയർത്തി അഭിവാദ്യം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ഇതാ കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര കടന്നു വരുന്നു. മതേതര രാജ്യത്തെ പുനഃസൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ പ്രതിജ്ഞാബദ്ധ മനസ്സും ഉറച്ച കൈവയ്പുമായി ഇതാ രാഹുൽജി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. രാഹുൽജി കടന്നു വരുന്നു.
ഭാരത് ജോഡോ രാഹുൽജി ഇതാ നമുക്ക് തൊട്ടു പിന്നിലായി ഭാരത് ജോഡോ പദയാത്ര നയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. കന്യാകുമാരിയിൽ നിന്നും കാശ്മീരിലേക്കുള്ള ഭാരത് ജോഡോ പദയാത്രയാണ് രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി നയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് കടന്നു വരുന്നത്. ആയിരക്കണക്കിന് ജനാവലി ഒഴുകിയെത്തുന്ന മഹത്തായ ഭാരത് ജോഡോ പദയാത്രയാണ് കടന്നു വരുന്നത്. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ ഭാരതത്തെ ഒന്നിപ്പിക്കുവാനുള്ള മഹത്തായ ചരിത്രയാത്ര രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. രാഹുൽജി കടന്നു വരികയാണ്.
ആർത്തിരമ്പുന്ന തിരമാല പോലെ ഇതാ കടന്നു വരുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി നേതൃത്വം കൊടുക്കുന്ന സ്നേഹത്തിന്റെ രാഷ്ട്രീയക്കാരൻ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി നേതൃത്വം കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര. കാത്തുകാത്തിരുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര, കാത്തുകാത്തിരുന്ന രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി ഇതാ നമ്മുടെ കൺമുന്നിലൂടെ കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര സെപ്റ്റംബർ 7 കന്യാകുമാരിയിൽ തുടക്കം കുറിച്ച ഇന്ത്യയെ വീണ്ടെടുക്കാൻ ഒരേ ഇന്ത്യ ഉറച്ചെടുക്കുന്ന മുദ്രാവാക്യവുമായി രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി നേതൃത്വം കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര ഇതാ ഇതുവഴി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ദേശീയ നേതാക്കന്മാരുടെ സാന്നിധ്യത്തിൽ ഇതാ ആർത്തലയ്ക്കുന്ന തിരമാലകൾ പോലെ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി ഇതാ കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. ഇന്ത്യയുടെ മതേതരത്വം സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ, ഇന്ത്യയുടെ അഖണ്ഡത സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ, ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ഐക്യം സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ, മതേതര ഇന്ത്യയെ പുനഃസൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ ഇതാ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി ഉറച്ച മനസ്സും ഉറച്ച കാൽവയ്പ്പുകളുമായി ഇതാ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു, ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര കടന്നു വരുന്നു. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു, ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര കടന്നു വരുന്നു. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു, ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര കടന്നു വരുന്നു. സെപ്റ്റംബർ 7 കന്യാകുമാരിയിലെ സാഗരങ്ങളെ സാക്ഷി നിർത്തി ആദരണീയനായ KPCC പ്രസിഡന്റ് എത്തിച്ചേർന്നു. ആദരണീയനായ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി നേതൃത്വം കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര ഇതാ ഇതുവഴി കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ആർത്തലയ്ക്കുന്ന തിരമാലകൾ പോലെ ആർത്തിരമ്പുന്ന ജനങ്ങളെ സാക്ഷി നിർത്തി മതേതര ഭാരതം പുനഃസൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ ഇതാ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര, കാത്തുകാത്തിരുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര, കാത്തുകാത്തിരുന്ന രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി ഇതാ നമ്മുടെ കൺമുന്നിലൂടെ കൈ ഉയർത്തി അഭിവാദ്യം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ഇതാ കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു, രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര, ഒരേ ഒരു ഇന്ത്യ, ഒരൊറ്റ ജനത എന്ന മുദ്രാവാക്യം ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് സെപ്റ്റംബർ 7 കന്യാകുമാരിയിലെ സാഗരങ്ങളെ സാക്ഷി നിർത്തി ആരംഭിച്ച ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര ജനുവരി 30 കാശ്മീരിൽ അവസാനിക്കുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര ഇന്ത്യയെ കണ്ടെത്താൻ, ഇന്ത്യ ഒരുമിപ്പിക്കാൻ, ഒരേ ഒരു ഇന്ത്യ ഒരൊറ്റ ജനത എന്ന മുദ്രാവാക്യവുമായി ഇതാ രാഷ്ട്രശില്പിയായ പണ്ഡിറ്റ് ജവഹർലാൽ നെഹ്റുവിന്റെ പിന്നാമ്പുറക്കാരൻ കടന്നു വരുന്നു. വെടിയുണ്ടകളേറ്റ് പിടഞ്ഞു വീണ ഇന്ദിരാ പ്രിയദർശിനിയുടെ പൗത്രനിത കടന്നു വരുന്നു. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു, രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര കടന്നു വരുന്നു, ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഒരേ ഒരു ഇന്ത്യ ഒരൊറ്റ ജനത എന്ന മുദ്രാവാക്യവുമായി ഇതാ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര കടന്നു വരുന്നു, ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര കടന്നു വരുന്നു. സെപ്റ്റംബർ 7 കന്യാകുമാരിയിലെ സാഗരങ്ങളെ സാക്ഷി നിർത്തി ആരംഭിച്ച ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര ഇതാ കടന്നു വരുന്നു. മതേതര ഇന്ത്യയുടെ രാജകുമാരൻ ഇതാ കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. കൈകൾ ഉയർത്തി അഭിവാദ്യം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് മതേതര ഇന്ത്യയുടെ രാജകുമാരൻ, മതേതരത്വത്തിന്റെ പ്രതിരൂപം ഇതാ നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വരുന്നു. മതേതര ഇന്ത്യയെ പുനഃസൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ, ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ഭരണഘടന സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ, ജനാധിപത്യം സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ ഇതാ കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. 3571 കിലോമീറ്റർ മതേതര ഇന്ത്യയെ പുനഃസൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ ഇതാ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. 3571 കിലോമീറ്റർ, 181 ദിവസം, ഉറച്ച മനസ്സും ഉറച്ച കൽവയ്പുമായി മതേതര ഇന്ത്യയുടെ പുനഃസൃഷ്ടിക്കായി ഇതാ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. സമാനതകളില്ലാതെ ചരിത്രം സൃഷ്ടിച്ചുകൊണ്ടൊരു പദയാത്ര. ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രീയ നേതാവും ഇറങ്ങി പുറപ്പെട്ടിട്ടില്ലാത്ത ചരിത്ര വിജയം കുറിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഇതാ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധിയുടെ ജൈത്രയാത്ര നമ്മുടെ കൺമുന്നിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഈ രാജ്യത്തിന് വേണ്ടി ജീവൻ ബലിയർപ്പിച്ച ഇന്ദിരാ പ്രിയദർശിനിയുടെ പൗത്രൻ ഇതാ കടന്നു വരുന്നു. രാഷ്ട്രശില്പിയായ പണ്ഡിറ്റ് ജവഹർലാൽ നെഹ്റുവിന്റെ പിന്നാമ്പുറക്കാരൻ ഇതാ കൈകൾ ഉയർത്തി ജനാധിപത്യം സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഈ പെരുമ്പടൂരിൽ മാംസക്കഷണങ്ങളായി ഈ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ ഖണ്ഡതയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടി ചിറന്നു വീണ രാജീവ് ഗാന്ധിയുടെ പൊന്നോമന പുത്രനിത കടന്നു വരികയാണ്, കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര, കാത്തുകാത്തിരുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര, 10,000ങ്ങളെ സാക്ഷി നിർത്തി 10,000ങ്ങളെ അനുഗമിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുവരുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര ഇതാ ഇതുവഴി കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. മതേതരത്വത്തിന്റെ കാവൽക്കാരൻ, മതേതരത്വത്തിന്റെ പ്രതിരൂപം ഇതാ കടന്നു വരുന്നു നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിലേക്ക്. കൈകൾ ഉയർത്തി അഭിവാദ്യം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് രാജീവ് ഗാന്ധിയുടെ പൊന്നോമന പുത്രൻ, മതേതരത്വത്തിന്റെ കാവൽക്കാരൻ ഇതാ നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിലേക്ക് രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. കാത്തുകാത്തിരുന്ന ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്ര, കാത്തുകാത്തിരുന്ന രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി ഇതാ നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വരുന്നു.
പ്രിയമുള്ളവരെ, ഈ രാഹുൽജിക്ക് മുന്നിൽ കൂട്ടമായി നടക്കുന്നവർ ദയവായി അവരെ സൈഡിലേക്ക് മാറ്റാൻ സേവാദൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കണം. ജാഥയ്ക്ക് മുന്നിൽ, ഈ വാഹനത്തിനും ജാഥയ്ക്കും മുന്നിൽ നിൽക്കുന്ന മറ്റെല്ലാവരെയും മാറ്റാൻ സേവാദൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കണമെന്ന് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുകയാണ്. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി നമ്മുടെ പ്രിയങ്കരനായ നേതാവ് KC വേണുഗോപാലിനോടൊപ്പം, നമ്മുടെ പ്രിയങ്കരനായ പ്രതിപക്ഷ നേതാവ് ശ്രീ VD സതീശനോടൊപ്പം, നമ്മുടെ മുൻ പ്രതിപക്ഷ നേതാവ് ശ്രീ രമേശ് ജിയോടൊപ്പം ഇതാ രാഹുൽ മുന്നോട്ട് കടന്നു വരികയാണ്.
ദയവായി ജാഥ വളരെ നിയന്ത്രിച്ച് നമുക്ക് നാഷണൽ ഹൈവേയുടെ വലതുവശത്തു കൂടി മാത്രമേ ജാഥകൾ കടന്നു വരാവൂ. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി നേതൃത്വം കൊടുത്ത ജാഥയുടെ തൊട്ടുപുറകിൽ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധിക്കും നേതാക്കൾക്കും പുറകിൽ മാത്രമേ ജാഥ കടന്നു വരാവൂ. നിയന്ത്രണങ്ങൾ വിട്ടുപോകരുത് എന്ന് വിനയപരിശ്രമം അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇതാ കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ഈ വളരെ മോട്ടറുകൾ ഭാരത് ജോഡോ പദയാത്ര കടന്നു വരുന്നു. റോഡിന്റെ ഇടതുവശത്തെ ട്രാക്കിലൂടെ വരുന്ന പ്രവർത്തകർ വലത് സൈഡിലേക്ക് മാറണം. ദയവായി ഈ ഭാരത് ജോഡോ യാത്രയുടെ വിജയകരമായ നടത്തിപ്പിന് ഈ ട്രാക്കിന് ഈ റോഡിന്റെ ഇടതുവശത്ത് കൂടി വരുന്ന ആളുകൾ റോഡിന്റെ ഒരു ട്രാക്ക് മാത്രം നടക്കാൻ ഉപയോഗിക്കണമെന്ന് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുകയാണ്. മറ്റ് ട്രാക്ക് വാഹനങ്ങൾക്ക് പോകാനുള്ള സൗകര്യം ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്.
बैटरी नहीं है भाई, क्या बोल दो। बोल क्या मैं बैटरी नहीं है।
കാറ്റിതാ വഴിനീളമേ പ്രതിസന്ധികൾ തളരില്ല തെല്ലുമിനി വീതിയിൽ ഒരു ചാട്ടുളി പോലിനി നീങ്ങുമേ ആത്മാവിലെ വിശ്വാസമേ ജനമനസ്സിൽ നിറയും ആശയെ ഒളി വീശുവാനെഴുമിന്നലിത കൈകൂർത്തൊരുമിച്ചിനി നീങ്ങിടാം നാം കേൾക്കും സ്വരമത് മനമാണേ ഈ രാജ്യമിതിൻ പുതുനാദമിതാ സഹയാത്രികയാകാൻ പോരുക തോഴാ സഹയാത്രികയാകാൻ പോരുക തോഴി സഹയാത്രികരാകാൻ പോരുക നാടേ ചുവടും മാക്കീര അടിച്ചേർന്നാലും നാകും ഈ ഭാരതം അടിച്ചേർന്നാലും നാകും ഈ ഭാരതം വരൂ 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 ഭാരത് ചോടോ യാത്രക്കില വരൂ 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 ഭാരത് ചോടോ യാത്രക്കില വർണ്ണങ്ങളായിരം ഒരുമിച്ചീവ മഴവിൽ രൂപമായി കന്യാകുമാരിന് കാശ്മീർ വരെയും ഒന്നായി ചേരും ഈ നാടിതാ അരുതരുതേ വിദ്വേഷത്തെ ഈ പാവന ഭൂമിയിൽ ആണ്ടരുതേ നാം ഒരു മനമായി വാഴാനായി സ്നേഹമുഴന്നടി ചേർന്നിടാം വിലയേറ്റത്തെ എതിർക്കേണ്ടേ എതിർത്തിടാം തൊഴിലില്ലായ്മയെ എതിർക്കേണ്ടേ എതിർത്തിടാം ഉന്നതിക്ക് പാത ഒരുക്കാമേ സമഭാവമൊടുത്തുരുമിച്ചിടാം സഹയാത്രികനാകാൻ പോരുക തോഴാ സഹയാത്രികയാകാൻ പോരുക തോഴി സഹയാത്രികരാകാൻ പോരുക നാടേ
ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ജനമത സമുദ്രത്തിന്റെ മുഖ്യമായ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. അതിനായിരങ്ങളെ അഭിവാദ്യങ്ങൾ അർപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് മതേതര ഭാരതത്തിന്റെ പ്രതീക്ഷകളുമായി രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. ഇന്ത്യയുടെ മതേതരത്വവും ജനാധിപത്യവും സംയമനയോടെ കാത്തുസൂക്ഷിക്കാൻ പ്രതിജ്ഞയുമായി രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി ഇതാ ജനമധ്യത്തിനോട് സാഗരങ്ങളുടെ സംഗമ ഭൂമിയിൽ ആരംഭിച്ച രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധിയുടെ ഭാരതയാത്ര ഈ വാഹനത്തിന്റെ പിന്നാലെ കടന്നു വരികയാണ്. വഴുതിയ പതിനായിരങ്ങൾ അഭിവാദ്യങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങിക്കൊണ്ട് ഭാവി ഇന്ത്യയുടെ പ്രതീക്ഷയായ മതേതര ഇന്ത്യയുടെ കാവൽക്കാരൻ കടന്നു വരുന്നു. ജനാധിപത്യ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ കാവൽക്കാരൻ ഇതാ പതിനായിരക്കണക്കിന് ആൾക്കാരെ സാക്ഷി നിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് മഹത്തായ ഭാരതത്തിന്റെ ജനാധിപത്യവും മതേതരത്വവും ഇന്ത്യൻ നാഷണൽ കോൺഗ്രസ് കാത്തു സൂക്ഷിക്കുമെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷയുമായി കടന്നു വരുന്നു.
മലയാളം TV വരും. फ्लैग इधर रखो, फ्लैग बीच में करो।
जोड़ो भारत जोड़ो भारत जोड़ो जोड़ो जोड़ो
आ रहे हैं आगे, आ रहे हैं।
Thank you.